Hello everyone, a good evening or a good day to all of you. Sorry for being so late, but as always, it's sometimes a bit difficult to get from either on the Blu-ray running on my PC. I don't know why, but sometimes it takes a moment to make this work. I hope you had a fantastic day and we're finally there and watching our last film in our watch party series. Want to start earlier, but unfortunately got a bit sick. Got the flu around Christmas, and my voice was problematic some time today. I expect you to be here in 45 minutes. So, well, sorry. So, welcome everyone. Otaku Senpai, I already saw in chat. Joe Quake, welcome Joe, nice to see you. We see who else is there, but at least you have some time to get here. Storyteller, welcome, nice to see you. Also in the Twitch chat, Emery and Jack, also welcome, and Sandman, and all the others who might be lurking in the background. Always takes a bit to get the stream going. You know it by now, but I hope you got in some shape or form notified that we have a watch party today, and are potentially also interested in watching the film The Lord of the Rings, The War of the Rohirrim, which is about the time of, or the last days of, weeks or whatever, of Hammerhand. However you want to pronounce him. It's always a bit difficult because the people of Rohan, their language is represented by Old English, and there's a certain ring to it. It sounds very different from modern English, much more Germanic if you want. It's Anglo-Saxon, and it's, in this regard, very interesting. Pronounced just as it's spelled. Especially American English. Yeah, there's a difference. I mean, also British English. It's a very fascinating topic in this regard. I think a German or some can understand it maybe a bit better than not really well, to be honest, but in a way understand it maybe better than some English speakers, with some exceptions. Like it's an interesting mix, to be honest. But Tolkien uses a lot of that in his books. And yeah, however, to explain how this watch party works, because I always have to explain it at the beginning, of course. I speak Eastern European noble vampire. English strong. So, the watch party, yes. Of course, I can't stream the film itself here on YouTube. As always, you have to find some way. Don't tell me how, but you have to find some way to watch War of the Rohirrim somewhere on your device and have the stream running in parallel. And I will show you the time code. You already see it on the screen. It will go forward a little bit. Let's see if I find the correct timer first time. Is this the correct one? That's the correct one. Okay, you see now it's running. I reset it, but just that you know. And yeah, with this you can sync up your version of the film with my version of the film. I think there's no extended edition or anything of this. So in this regard, there is not much stuff. I watched the Blu-ray version of it. I have it here running now, finally. And yeah, we watch it in parallel and we talk over it and discuss it a bit. You can be a bit in chat. I try to have an eye on that. We talk a bit about maybe some lore backgrounds. I've not seen really any audio commentary on this, so we will see. Maybe you have done that. I guess most people haven't seen it that often. Maybe there are some people here who have not seen the film at all. I guess watch party is a bit difficult because we talk over the film consistently. So, in this regard, there's that. Anything else? So later, when maybe you watch this as a VOD, at the beginning there might be a lot of ad breaks in it because I have to kind of reduce them a little bit. YouTube overdoes it. If you press on automatic plays ad breaks, YouTube usually plays it a lot. I reduce them quite a bit, but they might still be there. Also, production-wise, I have the unfortunate problem that my third monitor is broke like a day or two ago. I have to order a new one, unfortunately, and yeah, that's not great, to be honest, because it sounds strange to have 3 monitors when you do streaming stuff, but usually one monitor when I'm streaming is occupied with something. In this case, watching the film is my main monitor, so I have chat and other stuff on the right monitor, which, yeah, as you can imagine, is a bit limiting, I guess I would call it. Yeah, it's a bit limiting for my perspective. That's maybe a good way to describe it. I've seen it several times. Okay, I think, seen it twice or something. So not that often. Curious to see it again. I haven't seen it in a while, to be honest. And yeah, overall, if you want to know what do I think of the film, I think it's a decent one. It's okay, to be honest. It has some cool and interesting ideas, which we might discuss during the watch party then. But it also, I think, as a Tolkien fan who likes what is written in the books, I think a lot of what they show in the film is a good compression of what is actually written in the book, with one exception, it's the ending of it. The ending of it is quite a bit different to what we find in the books. I hope I get the details right, because I did not reread the section in Lord of the Rings again. Well, in theory, I could open the book really quick so we can maybe later look into that, or during the film we can read a quote here and there. Might be possible. Also, yeah, it was a long day for me today. A really, really long day. Like, I already streamed quite a few hours today already. But yeah, we will see. I hope my voice holds up. Has the endurance for that. We will see. We will see. I've talked a lot already today. I just slept a bit and got here. So to get the stuff here running. The Blue Wizards have enough names already. Of Ray and Tooth. Yeah, the Blue Wizards have quite a few names. I still think the new names we got from Nature of Middle-earth, as you say, are really strange in my opinion. So we go to the year Third Age, 2758, according to Appendix A. Now, let me see if I can tell you the page. In case you want to read this, and you have the 50th anniversary edition of The Lord of the Rings, so the all-in-one, all 3 books. Yeah, with the stream streak, it's always a bit unfortunate in the Twitch chat. Also, yeah, Faber, also welcome. I think I exclude you a bit, but whatever, sorry. Just Had to get stuff going. On the 50th anniversary edition, it starts round about page 1066 in Appendix A. So if you want to read along or whatever, there you find the main informations. Kind of interesting, get quite a bit of detail there. It's a very epic story in this regard, but you have to flesh it out to make it work in a movie. I think they did a good job with that. I think that's not an easy task to get like half a page of a bare description of the events in a very epic way. Tolkien puts it very well into words, but on the other side, you have like a script you need for a 90-minute movie or whatever. Oh, I'm not sure how long the runtime is. So in this regard, you need to add up and spice up some things, add tons of dialogue. There's a little bit of dialogue for this actually written, and I think most of it they took from the book, kind of. There's some change. There's some minor changes here and there, but I think the film. Some people complain about some details in the film, and in my opinion, it actually, like, Helm Hammerhand is an interesting character in many regards. I think the film depicts him quite positively, and some people also think because the story is very epic about him, but if you think about it, Helm Hammerhand was not a smart man. Let's put it that way. Yeah, that's the biggest change, but I mean actually other stuff. So chat, without further ado, I think you say, wait, what happened here with my window? It's too big. So I have to do everything on one monitor. That usually puts me a little bit to the limit, because having multiple monitors is, you have no idea how helpful it is production wise. I can have my OBS program, which I need for StreamU, an image. I have to. It's nice to have it on a separate screen. Let's put it that way. Now I have to. It has to share its place with chat and Twitch production stuff. Whatever. So long story short, here we are. I hope the sound is okay. No weird. Well, could double check really quick if everything's okay. Yeah, it seems everything sounds fine. That the sound is fine. You can hear me. You see something at least. We will start the timer soon. Sounds normal. Okay, awesome. I give you a countdown from 3, then we start, press on play, and hopefully the films are somewhat synced. It won't be perfect, but it will be okay, I think. And I mean, in theory, that's always maybe a problem if you watch I think it should be okay, to be honest. Because due to the different, like if you watch on DVD, there are different standards, NTSC and PAL, and one runs at 50 Hertz, the other runs at 60 Hertz. One has then the frame rate is a bit different. As a result, the runtime can vary. Whatever. Long story short, there might be differences over time, but I think it will be okay. So, long story short, I think we should start watching. Luckily, this time we can say, well, it is luckily this time it's not a 4-hour movie, so that helps quite a bit. So I jump to the beginning of the film, I think. And I would give you a countdown from 3, and then we would start. Are you people already in chat? Or somebody who says, there's no disc switch on my side, so there's only one timer this time. Hey, I was already nice to see you as well. And like I said, all the others, maybe I overlooked your name. I'm sorry. Oh, Mark is also there somewhere. I overlooked him. Welcome, Mark. I'm very curious. There was also some discussion about Hunt for Gollum later. But yeah, we will see how this turns out. Ready? Wait. Yeah, sorry. Okay, we start. Hey, Black Quartz, nice to see you. Yeah, we're about to start. I will give you a countdown from 3, and we start on go. As said, let me just find my thing that I need for this here. So, we start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Currently seeing the New Line Cinema logo. I will sometimes describe what I see, so you can kind of know where we are. And since you have, I'm offended and will turn you to a fist fight. Oh no. I'm too tired for fist fights now, to be honest. But that's because, okay, I understand. So the first screen is we see the mountains, and here Miranda Otto. She starts now talking for me. We see the clouds, the map, the older tales she mentions. I like this transition here to the mountain stuff. We see here the white mountains down in the south border between Gondor and Rohan. Originally, the region of Rohan there was a time it also belonged to Gondor. Actually, it was called Kalinarvon. Not like the rendering of the map. Now we will see the eagle. The kind of 3D stuff they use here for the river and so on. I'm also not the hugest fan of that. There are some anime that are it's drawn out. Like Ghost in the Shell was, I guess, the first one who made it really popular, and also one of the first to use the 3D techniques. It looks really good, to be honest. But Ghost of the Shell is an absolute masterpiece of a film, and this film is just okay. This shot here looks really good. See, the shot before, not that great, I think. I mean, Cate Blanchett is okay. I think she's really good in my opinion as well. But Cate Blanchett is just legendary. It's kind of nice to hear the music again. I watched this in cinema, just seeing it on a big screen, hearing the tunes again in the cinema was a really good feeling, to be honest. And we see the Great Eagles. They are not really mentioned in the book story of Helm Hammerhand. I think it's an interesting addition in a way. Though too fan servicey. Speed Racer in the 60s. Oh yeah, I also watched a bit of Speed Racer, but not in the 60s though. We have the White Eagle here. We know some of the eagle names, like Wahir. Then it's I think Landroval. And now it's the Lord of the Rings logo for me, by the way. Maybe good mark. Landroval. And what's the other name? Starts with an M. Mineldor, I think. With a lump of meat instead of the whole horse. Well, the eagle, it's a token of friendship, and the eagle's a complicated topic, to be honest. Now we see her riding into Edoras. I also hope that no sound is bleeding through from the film, else we get maybe a claim or something. So yeah, the eagles in the Silmarillion, we have the mention that the eagles are also Maiar, interestingly, just in the form of birds. Tolkien later distanced himself again from this idea and made them just birds. But yeah, in Lord of the Rings they can speak actually, which is unusual for eagles, I guess. They announce after she actually mentions it here, only to wizards. I also have not seen it in English. That's watching English currently. Here we have also a character we see for the name we know from the films. I'm not sure. It's the younger brother, I think. The younger brother of the younger son of Helm. There we have Hales is the older one. Hama is the younger. I think this would be Hama. The daughter of Helm Hammerhand is mentioned, but she's not named. Here she's called Hera. We discussed this in other videos. The maid was a nice addition. Yeah, I agree. The concept of the shield maid. I also like the shot of Meduseld. I think that looks really cool. Hales. That's an interesting detail. So Freka is a lord. Some say he has Dunending blood in him, but it doesn't really matter that much, to be honest. Well, I guess it can matter for the society in a way. However, yeah, in the book, you really have to say that. Yeah, we will see it in a moment. We discuss it when it's so far. There's a mention here already that is Frealaf Hilde's son. That is the son of Helm's sister, Hild. Frealaf. Oh, the marshals at this time. That's a good question. I think I'm not too good. I'm not sure if we have a marshal list. There he is. King Helm. He's not Hammerhand yet, I think. Yeah, it fits. It definitely fits that he's not one to go with the procedures. Yeah, exactly. He earns his name later, if I remember correctly. In the book, he says something like, "You missed many meetings, but not many meals," something like that. I think he also says in the book. And in the book, Helm calls him fat, which is diplomatically not wise, to be honest. Must be Rihanna building a house. Yeah, it is not recommended. You can try to find. You have grown big since you were last here, but it's mostly fat, I guess. That's and men laughed at that, for Fricka was wide in the belt. That's what's written in the book. I mean, also Fricka answers him when he was called fat a little bit. Old kings that refuse a prophet staff may fall on their knees. Let Helm and Fricka deal with it later. Meanwhile, the king and his council have matters of moment to consider. In the book, the council, I think, was not called by Fricka. He just, I think, appeared. The king does not permit brawls in his house, but men are free outside. That's actually a quote from the book. And he forced Fricka to walk before him out from Edoras into the field. To Fricka's men that came up is a difference. Be off, we need no hearers. We are going to speak of a private matter alone. Go and talk to my men. And they looked and saw that the king's men and his friends far outnumbered them, and they drew back. Now do landing, said the king, and so on and so forth. So, yeah. There's a little dialogue here, actually, in this section. Helm's D&D stats would include high and low wisdom. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that is true. He is ignored a lot. Also, Hera is often relatively reasonable. It's difficult to say. I guess when Frigga's son would marry the daughter of Helm, he would definitely profit from it in his status and potentially influence also a bit in the throne. It's hard to tell in this regard. Because, I mean, Helm is strong. He's, I think, liked by his people. He has 2 sons. Here, for example, Frigga punches him first, which is different. At least it's not mentioned in the book that it's how it works. But yeah, this is what happens. Like, Helm punches him in the face so hard, Frigga just dies on the spot. And that's why he's called Hammerhand. And they... So yeah. I don't know that you have only Helm to deal with alone and unarmed, but you have said much already, and it's my turn to speak. Frigga, your folly has grown with your belly. You talk of his staff. If Helm dislikes a crooked staff that is rust on him, he breaks it. So with that he smote Frigga such a blow with his fist that he fell back stunned and died soon after. And then Helm proclaimed Frigga's son and near kin the king's enemies, and they fled, for at once Helm sent many men riding the rest marches. So the description is very foolish towards Helm, because the dune landings are also of the Edain. That is often forgotten. Vermeer Frigga looks like an A. So yeah, the dune landings are also Edain. They were not treated well by the Númenóreans because they are from the house of Harless. Like the house of Harless, when it was not called the house of Harless yet. A group split off from that and settled in Eriador, like east of the Blue Mountains. It was in the first age when still there was Beleriand west of the mountains. Later there was only ocean because it was sunk into the ocean. You know the story, I hope. Well, I have videos on this on the channel. And those, and later when the Numenoreans came to Eriador and explored Middle-earth, they did not recognize them as kin because their language was, even at the time of Edain, different from the other two. Like, they recognized the Norsemen, which are a group that originated from the house of Marach. Again, and the Numenoreans, are a mixture of the house of Hales, potentially house of Marach, house of Beor. The three houses of the Edain. They're also the Druidain, but it's a complicated topic. We'll leave them out for the time being. So yeah, and it is indicated that Freka had maybe Dunlandish blood within him, or at least, but he definitely had good ties to the Dunlandings. And an alliance between Rohan and Dunland in this regard was actually, my opinion, politically, you could say, quite smart. So the offer of Wulf in this regard to marry, that his son might marry Hera, was a smart offer. If Hera would agree to this or not, or the daughter of Helm would have agreed to this, is a different topic, but so here we have the first hints of people from the south. There's one line in the book so in the book it basically says it was soon known that Wulf was their leader. They were in great force, for they were joined by enemies of Gondor that landed in the mouths of Lefnui and Ethan. So some people landed there, and this is in the south. Enemies of Gondor, so it doesn't seem like it's Easterlings. So there are only two possibilities here in this combination. Either they talk about Corsairs of Umbar or Haradrim. Those groups I would kind of somewhat separate. And here we have like an elephant, which should not be really in this reason. You could make a strange argument because there is a Hobbit poem about elephants, and there were never elephants in Eriador, at least as we know. So the Hobbits must know it from this region that elephants exist. You could make an argument for this kind of. Nice try, Frealaf, by the way. From the wars of Gondor, though, like, Rohan was an ally of Gondor. The famous horn. Yeah, the elephants maybe by ship. Hard to tell. The elephants are not directly explained in the story. The question is, how did the hobbits know about elephants? So from there's a connection between hobbits and the people of Rohan. They must have met in the past because they are in the language of the hobbits and people of Rohan a lot of similarities. Like the word hobbit is actually derived from the Old English word hobbitlan. It's kind of interesting in this regard. There are not really many mentions of Oliphants or people from the south fighting the people of Rohan. So maybe when they were called for help to help Gondor after in the Third Age, due to the oath of Cirion and Eorl, the first king of Rohan. You know, the beacons and the Red Arrow. In the film, the Red Arrow is left out, but it's also a part of it. Yeah, some of the scenes are decent. I think the animation quality varies a bit in the film. You definitely see it also of the backgrounds. A bit of, let's call it fan service. Watchers don't like when water's disturbed, that's true. Yeah, exactly. Samwise might be the first who ever sees a hobbit in person. So yeah, the point with the hobbits is the hobbits have similar language elements in their hobbitish terms than the people in names especially than the people of Rohan. As a result, there can only be the conclusion that hobbits and the people of Rohan met at some point. Yeah, here we have the Watcher and the Water and the Mumak. So it's quite a bit of fan service from Lord of the Rings stuff. And yeah. And there's quite a meal here. Well, that worked, I guess. In German, we would say Guten Tag. What he eats. Somebody has to see it and report it, and the tale has to kind of spread. So somewhere it had to start. Yeah, we know, like, the Watch of the Water is not mentioned in the Helm stories. It's kind of a little fan service edition. I'm kind of okay with it, to be honest, but I think it's a bit over the top. But they need to come up with some ideas to fill the film, and that's what they do. Now, Heda got captured. She woke up in a room in the camp of the Dunelandings. And yeah, the Dunelandings are actually camping in a place we all know, Isengard, Isengard, as in Old English it might be pronounced. There's no English name for it. And we see Orthanc, this black tower here in the middle. We know it from Lord of the Rings quite well. So what is interesting here, we kind of learn some details. Kind of a classic film thing. At the beginning, we have like all the banners of the lords and so on. And she finds this interesting letter and some money. Isengard is abandoned kind of at this point. Gondor is, I think, busy at this time. And yeah, there's a little banner on this letter, or not a banner, but what do you call it? A logo. You know what I mean? Heraldic. The classic Arwen cut. That's too much fan service in my opinion. But yeah, in a way, like in the film, Helm is portrayed relatively positively, to be fair. Like, I just have to say, his father goes there, has a political smart proposal, which could be refused, okay, but he gets, first of all, insulted, then forced outside of the door, then punched dead by the king, and his people are just banned. Like, Wolf has definitely a reason to be angry at Rohan. I got an Arwen cut, oh no. Well, there's a shield maiden. Yeah, destined to become a great epic heroine. And yeah, they now escape. She got rescued. And of course, there are the bowmen. Hand cut off. And here, Frealaf kills the archers. So they are kind of quit. I kind of like this. You could make the argument earlier she kind of rescued Frealaf, but Frealaf does it pretty well here and returns the favor, so to say. I kind of like that. He tried his best first. We can later read that Saruman reinforces the walls from Isengard. So the walls are reinforced later again, and so on and so forth. I do like that Olwyn uses a shield, buckler, not just because she is a shield maiden, but just because the fact that having a shield is a huge advantage against someone who does not have one. That's true. Folks put too much importance on the size and reach in a fight. There's always a factors of training and sheer luck for sure. But reach is definitely something. The spear was a very popular weapon as a result, the king of weapons, so to say. Lord Thorn. Poor Freylov. Yeah, this is also like an addition. But at least finally we are at the point where Helm looks relatively foolish in his decisions. Like, it's definitely a poor decision. War is upon him. He sends away some of his men. That's not that smart. So the problem was kind of in the book sense. That they were pushed pretty hard by the Dune landings, and the long winter started, and Freylov retreated to Dunher for whatever reason. Tolkien doesn't, I think, really gives a reason why he went there. I remember thinking, why is anyone following Wolf? I mean, he's loves the Dune landing. He answers them, but yeah, the question comes up later. Wolf is also not a great leader in the film. Yeah, the followers were not banished or stationed there by Helm or whatever. That's definitely a detail. Hey, Tirza, nice to see you. With the Royal Guard armor, yeah, that's true. I'm wondering when the video game, and what video game? Freya Cry. I think Freylov was traded very poorly here. He's also kind of like, with this also Helm removed voice of reason. There are also potentially different groups. It's not clear where the Hillmen are originally from. The Dune landings are originally as a subgroup of the House of Harless. So they are also Edain. Yeah. Keep it secret, keep it safe. Excuse me. Some references here and there. Yeah. Seal is the word I was looking for. In this here we have seen yeah, definitely. We come to this in a moment. Asked him to get a larger shield. I said no, large shields are for wimps. Yeah, the buckler as a shield existed, so it for sure had its use. So here we have the horn, which I assume would be interesting if that is the horn, which is the heirloom of the people of Rohan, that I think Fram was the name, the founder of Framsburg, who found a dragon called Shatha, and he had a hoard, and from this hoard I think the horn is. It later is given by Eowyn and Faramir to, or by Eowyn to Merry. So yeah, we have we're living the classic Pelennor Field vibes, I think. Nice teamwork here. Yeah, definitely. I like some complain about Hera is so strong, Hera is far too good, and so on. But I often feel like she has a bit of luck and like just more reason than her father by far, which is not difficult, to be honest. Like I said, Helm's decision making is not great in this era. If you look from the future, it's always tough, I guess, to look upon. It's always easy to say, well, it could have done stuff better, but you know what I mean. It seems not very diplomatic. Yeah, exactly. I think she's just reasonable enough. And the portrayal of Helm not being a very reasonable man is definitely there's foundation for this. But I just want to see what would happen. So yeah, now they're taking the city, which is luckily abandoned due to her luckily seeing the betrayal of Thorn. Yeah, definitely. I think without the horse, Thorn might have killed her. The pacing really starts to suffer after this. I only mention it because I can't say much now. Okay, Otaku, I wish you a nice day. Thank you for joining us. I mean, you could make the argument with the Oliphants. Like, we know Edoras potentially has a wall or something from the films, especially, and so on. Well, and is it still Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson film universe? So they need maybe potentially explanation how they got through the walls of Edoras and so on. So do they have siege weapons or whatever? So they thought, well, let's give them some Oliphants. Kind of works. Definitely. So, yeah, the fortress. Like how Hades just climbs up and kills everyone. But yeah, we can also read in the book. About Alice in fighting in Edoras. About retreating. Oh, what? Well, that's, I guess, a movie thing. That book has some terrific material in it. Yeah, kind of mad. I've not seen it. I like how Hama just casually deflects an arrow. Shoot or lose. We're preaching to the choir, but fire doesn't make sense in the world without firearms. Yes. I think they write in kind of. Don't lower in the room. I don't know. Somebody got to jump. Now, Hama shooting, I guess. Let me come at more valiant. Yeah, I guess the other one is desperate. What was the question? Does anybody know why the ground Homburg is so much lower than in the Rings movie? I don't know. Yeah, definitely. The runtime is very limited. The general is quite smart, diplomatically. A voice of reason. Yeah, in the book, Hama survives the escape, though. His end comes a bit later, with a different problematic that I think is not that present. Winter's coming. His parents shouldn't have named him Wolf. The general of the Dunedain kind of knows, okay, now we have to siege that will cost many lives. And a long time, and will be really tough. We could just end it here and say, hey, we won. Awesome. He also suffers from low wisdom, yeah. The body's still there. At least they covered the body. Yeah, I think Wolf was definitely sitting in Edoras. We can read that Harles died defending on the stairs of Meduseld. Oh, well, there's some wood. He comes an interesting character. Better than Studio Ghibli movie? I don't know. I think she fits quite well, but I know what you mean, I guess. Characters can be limited, that's true. Yeah, the old woman just appeared to be. Hera just puts up the dress. I do. I like this dialogue. Who says this? I do. I'm just taking that off a timer. Like I said, it will be out of sync due to maybe different play speeds in a very small amount, and over time it just adds up and you are a few seconds, 10 seconds ahead or something. Always happens. I think my German version maybe runs a bit slower, but I think in theory on Blu-ray it should be the same. It's a tough time for the people of Rohan, definitely. I should maybe close the door fast. I must be going. Okay, Otaku Senpai, we have a good one. And thank you for joining. Yeah, there might be some dependencies on the frame rate and what stuff. Maybe I don't know. Nice shot. So now we see it's starting to snow and so on. The winter, like I said, mentioned in the chat earlier, is the so-called long winter, which was really long and harsh winter for the people, making things quite tough and It also was like a tough winter in the Shire. So yeah, in Gondor, in the meantime, so what is going on with Gondor? Gondor was in the so-called Corsair War. So Gondor was attacked by fleets of the Corsairs, and they were kind of busy there. That's potentially one of the explanations. Why there was no real answer. So kind of interesting in this combination that Gondor is attacked also by foes of the south, and that the foes of the south also support the Dune landings. Now, yeah, we see the strong winter. It's looking really cold and freezing. The Dune landings are also not happy. Sometimes they have very strange teeth, but you have to consider that the Dune landings are also Edain, so they're related to the people of Rohan, actually. Yes, I think here the film has a very cool idea, because we later can read that this story of Helm Hammerhand was later still told among the Dune landings. So it had an impact, became like a myth, a legend. And of course, every legend also bears some truth, but often it also has some how to call people make stuff up sometimes as well. So, and sometimes some wild coincidences come into play as well, and they kind of fuse together, and then they become this legend. Yeah, that's also a quote from the book. He wore no weapon. As long as he wore no weapon, no other weapon could bite. And I'm not sure how it's phrased, but I try to find it. It was believed that if he bore no weapon would bite on him. That's what Tolkien wrote. Oh, sorry, by the way. I think my chat just... I went for watching this in Spooktober this year. I wanted to watch this film earlier, like in chronological order. But it didn't really work. Gondor only shows up once when they're riding. The praise from there. Of like CS. When Rohan needs help, Gondor is occupied. But when Gondor needs help, Rohan has to answer, even though it just survived a war with Saruman. it is difficult to say if Helm actually called for help. I don't know. 4 years later, great troubles came to Rohan. No help could be sent from Gondor, for 3 fleets of the Corsairs attacked it, and there was war on all its coasts. At the same time, Rohan was again invaded from the east, and the Dunelandings, seeing their chance, came over the Eason and down from Isengard. So this is one of the reasons why the Dunelandings attacked. It was a good time, you know. They knew Gondor was occupied. They were in great force, for they were joined by enemies of Gondor as well. So, yeah. Landed in the mouths of Lefnui and Isen. The big siege tower is not in the book, by the way. Secret tunnel, yeah. Yeah, we both defeated by a ghost and damned. So we kind of learn slowly the story. I get the glittering cave glimpse we get here. So, yeah. And we wait a scene, then I maybe read the quote. Orcs searching for rings. Is this a cameo, by the way? You can smell you from Mount Doom. Yeah, the 2 trolls. Okay, not 2 orcs. Then we have the snow troll. Hammerhand. So I like this. You can't tear his army apart one by one. I could try. Helm grew fierce and gaunt for famine and grief, and the dread of him alone was worth many men in the defense of the burg. He would go out by himself, clad in white, and stalk like a snow troll into the camps of his enemies, and slay many men with his hands. It was believed that if he bore no weapon would bite on him. The Dunlaning said that if he could find no food, he ate men. That tale lasted long in Dunland. And Helm had a great horn, and soon it was marked that before he sallied forth, he would blow a blast upon it that echoed in the deep, and then so great a fear fell on his enemies that instead of gathering to take him or kill him, they fled away down the combe. There's the horn. So they kind of interpret this a bit differently. Open the gate. Kind of rusty. And it's like, you're freezing. Yeah, she's dressed in an anime movie. Not in the bed. It's dressed for an anime movie, not in the bed for snow. I guess her dress mostly works. Always looks like a rider, kind of, I guess. Men think, oh no, can we just stay in the warm tent? Maybe a few extra layers too. Maybe, yes. For the weather, I guess you're right. It likes to be dramatic for sure. And the book is a bit different described. One night men heard the horn blowing, but Helm did not return. In the morning there came a sun gleam, the first long days, and they saw a white figure standing still on the dike. Alone, for none of the Dunelandings dared come near. There stood Helm, dead as a stone, but his knees were unbent. And men said the horn was still heard at times in the deep. And the race of Helm would walk among the foes of Rohan and kill men with fear. Nee, that was first to flee. There's no effect I kind of like. It looks really cold. Soon after the winter broke. Really cool. Yeah. Yeah, what's the song they play with the very iconic scene from Two Towers? Yeah, it's sung in Old English. Same in the Lord of the Rings films as well. Meanwhile, Rohan is like, hell no, we don't do answers. And I sure hoped I wouldn't be picked to carry that all the armor up all the stairs, yeah. Hope was lost for what's the name? Leaf or something? Bit of scenery here. Not only understand, but also speak. He was fixing meat. Bertrand treats. I give him food regularly, now it's time for him to earn it, yeah. Well, that is not in the story, to be honest. So, in the book, yeah, the story is a bit like the winter just ended a bit, or it long winter when it slowly ended. Fairlaf left Dunharrow and went for Edoras and surprised Wolf. Hello, Wolf. You also here? Well, I just kill you, I think. And then Wolf was slain in Edoras. It's different here in the film, though. What are we, Uber? He's very optimistic, this one. Lord of Rohan. So now, yeah. Well, the siege tower construction is always a bit exaggerated, I would call it. Doesn't seem very plausible to me. The guy also never asked, how am I supposed to get down from here? I guess it kind of worked. The question is, why was a drumming guy on top? What was... Was this kind of a human sacrifice spell to make the bridge hold? He was very dedicated. He really liked the siege tower. Yeah. You take the bait, you said? Okay, I'll take the bait. The devil thinks, oh god, this guy. What do I get me and my people into? Oh, yeah, this is also, as read earlier, not reading the book. But yeah, he like Wolf treats his people so bad that yeah, deserting. I do like the skull helmets. I do not like skull helmets. I don't think it makes sense to spam. Yeah, it definitely makes no sense. You should have just slain him there. The stakes were pretty high. So yeah, in the book, Wolf as a coward is in Edoras and not in the front, not in front of the Hornburg, and there is surprised by Freyalafilde's son. So yeah, that's some. Yes, I think that's the biggest difference compared to the book. Felaf, son of Hildesheim's sister, came down out of Dunharrow, to which many had fled, and with a small company of desperate men, he surprised Wulf in Meduseld and slew him, and regained Edoras. There were great floods after the snows, and the Vale of Entwash became a vast fen. The eastern invaders perished or withdrew, and there came help at last from Gondor by the roads both east and west of the mountains. Before the year 2759 was ended, the Dundanings were driven out even from Isengard, and then Frealaf became king. Helm was brought from Hornburg and laid in the Ninth Mount. Ever after, the white Cymbalmine grew there most thickly, so that the mount seemed to be snow-clad. When Frealaf died, a new line of mounts was begun. Look for me at the rising fifth moon. Also month, not moon. It's a classic case of fool me twice. And then Fumi thrice. She could have slain him multiple times with her sword. And then she decides to go for the most difficult kill. Buckled by a buckler, yeah. But yeah, as I just read, Frealaf kills him in Meduseld and surprises him, and then the people came clear and drive them out in the book. That's the biggest change here, I think. And due to this, Frealaf also like became the king. The daughter is not really mentioned beyond this scene. A lot of mercy. With mercy, how should she get to rule? Well, good question. The siege tower must be that high, where the ground was lower. He's still from Helm's line, though, so he's the son of his sister. And here we have him, Saruman. He appears actually really in the coronation scene and praises the valor of the new master of Isengard. Will possibly go wrong. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong there? An unexpected invitation. Kind of, I guess. The rings they were stealing. He has really many lanes. Tharkun. The G. Stormcrow. Greyheim. Love Spell. Mithrandir. Gandalf. Incanus. In the south. And that is the end. Genji Kamiyama. Two hours it's long, so it's actually 121 minutes or something, or two minutes. No name from the east, he never went there, yeah. Okay, chat. That was the War of the Rohirrim watch party. Or we at least completed the film. And yeah, it was definitely a nice film. I think it's decent. You of course it's not Lord of the Rings 1, 2, and 3 quality, or will never have the same standing. It's just a nice little addition, I think. It tells a story mostly accurate with some freedoms here and there, except for the ending. I think the ending is really the biggest change here. A decent little movie, yeah. Nothing more, but also nothing less, I think. Definitely. It has its issues for sure. The pacing falls a bit off at the end for sure. But I think overall it works. When I saw it, I thought, well, it was a decent film. There's some other things I would not rewatch. I thought, well, we could definitely rewatch it if people want. I don't think I don't know. When I saw it, I felt never like, okay, the character of Era is completely over the top and too strong. She's just, in comparison to everybody else, relatively smart, but she's not superhumanly smart or anything. And she has it quite tough. So in this regard, she gets through it quite well for sure, but in terms I'm fuzzy on this particular law. Like I said, yeah, it's for the most part a pretty decent watch and a fun time, I would call it. I think I will never do a watch party of season 1 of Rings of Power in my life again. Maybe season 2, I'm not sure. But even there, I don't know. Let's not talk about Rings of Power. just hope it gets good at some point. Maybe. Yeah, that's definitely thinking that wasn't that year where yeah, but I think it wasn't this year or shortly before that where the actor of Theoden died, unfortunately. Yeah, that is in memory of our beloved King of Rohan Burnett Hill, 1944 to 2024. I can maybe stop it here. Yeah, there. We can maybe show it even to you. That's how it looks. So, yeah, I try to read some of the quotes here, there, and there at the end. And here's also the mention. We can read that as maybe one of the last things. Soon after, he took up his abode in. No, it was at the crowning of Frealaf that Saruman appeared, bringing gifts and speaking great praise of the valor of the Rohirrim. All thought him a welcome guest. Soon after, he took his abode in Isengard, for this Beren, steward of Gondor, gave him leave, for Gondor still claimed Isengard as a fortress of its realm, and not part of Rohan. Beren also gave into Saruman's keeping the keys of Orthanc, the black tower in the middle, the tower no enemy had been able to harm or to enter. In this way Saruman began to behave as a lord of men, for at first he held Isengard as a lieutenant of the steward and warden of the tower. But Frealaf was glad as Beren to have this so, and to know that Isengard was in the hands of a strong friend, a friend he long seemed, and maybe in the beginning he was one in truth, though afterwards there was little doubt in men's mind that Saruman went to Isengard in hope to find the stone still there, and with the purpose of building up a power of his own. Certainly, after the last White Council, 2953, the designs towards Rohan, though he hid them, were evil. He then took Isengard for his own and began to make it a place of guarded strength and fear, and as though to rival the Barad-dûr, translated Dark Tower. His friends and servants he drew then from all who hated Gondor and Rohan, whether men or other creatures more evil. So this is a little explanation towards Saruman, who potentially at this time, as we see him here, was definitely a friend and still loyal to his cause, original cause in his ways. But later this definitely changed. Bring gifts us. Namdang should have been a red flag just thing. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Want to be King's advisor, and the name is Wormtongue. Are you sure about that? I've seen this before, and it's fun as a watch party, but I don't think I would watch it alone again. Yeah, definitely. It's not a film. It's not an all-time classic you have to watch all the time. I think it's a nice way to include it here. And yeah, in our rotation, I'm a bit late though. I wanted to watch it before we watched the first Hobbit film. Like we always, every year at the end of the year, we have the watch parties of the 3 Hobbit films and the 3 Lord of the Rings films. I want to add War of the Rohirrim this year. I'll make a poll maybe next year as well. I don't know. If you potentially some people want to watch party again, then I'm not sure. I think it's definitely watchable. Like without getting too angry, there are some points of critique for sure. It's not an outstanding masterpiece, to be honest. Unfortunately, it would be great to have one. But yeah, it's a nice little film edition. It definitely, I think, works. And I think for some people might say that Hera outsmarts everyone, but that's the main reason for that is everyone is just not that smart. And that is also compatible with the books, except for maybe Frealaf, who also seemed pretty smart. Yeah, maybe Björn's Bente. Was a solid 6.5. Also welcome, Sid. I maybe we can stop the timer now, so we know the film is over. I guess we don't need it anymore. The animation was better than I expected. It's okay, I feel like for, I don't know, a streaming film or whatever. I think it would be okay for an anime cinema film that runs in cinema. I think the quality here and there is definitely okay or even good, but also in some places the backgrounds and so on are not that great, to be honest. Like if you watch other films where the animation is like very impressive, you kind of, I mean, it's not bad. I've seen anime often in the realm of series with much worse animation stuff and so on, but still you can't compare this to like a Studio Ghibli film or whatever. It's not in this league, not even close. Hey Mari, nice to see you. Your voice survived here. It did, for the most part. The good thing about a watch party is usually you should have the film running in parallel, so I can shut up for a moment at times. So I don't have to talk consistently like in a Q&A law stream. So also there, if I'm reading something, also shut up for a moment. But yeah, it turns out consistently talking for hours does something with your voice. Yeah, for sure it could also work if they would do this in animation. I'm not sure, but yeah, Silmarillion rights are always a complicated topic. We don't know what's going up there. We will find out though, for sure, at some point. It would be cool if they did a series of animation for the main Silmarillion stories. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure in which form we will see it. They are kind of negotiating this for sure in the background, trying to get the rights. I would imagine that the current Tolkien estate might be more willing to do than it was under the lead of, for example, Christopher Tolkien. I'm not sure if it's a good idea. Currently, I feel like I'm not 1% sure if how much good the current media productions, let's call them, how well they did in the context of creating Lord of the Rings stuff was just not that good, I guess. Like, it was not that good in context of Amazon. Some people like it and enjoy it, and it's completely fine. The loyalty to the story of Finrod, and if Gil-galad keeps having black hair, maybe. There's one entry where Gil-galad has, according to Tolkien, silver hair, though. But usually, for a long time, it was assumed he has black hair. Must be son of Fingon.
Mach schon Platz, ich bin der Landvogt.
Is there some reason why the Dune landing started going bad? I guess they were pushed into this position. Oh, this was from. I have this bot still for the German Twitch chat available. That was kind of the sound played on. In case you wonder, it was the sound from the German Twitch chat. Where did this come from? It's difficult to translate though. But yeah, nice. Nice. Welcome. Nice to see you. Haven't looked into the English, into the German chat for some time because yeah, I'm missing a monitor currently. So if you want to support me, I need a new monitor. Now is the time. Also missed some stuff there. Would be interesting if people get out of sync. Yeah, I'm watching a physical edition of it. Also with Vedette, nice to see you. What goes up? Well, watch War of the Rohirrim was answered. But yeah, they ran out of money because their landings were done. They didn't. Wait a moment. You can't hear it now. Because their landings were done June. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. But not bad, like that. Yeah, the Dune landings were well, we can, you know, it's a bit difficult to with whatever. I get this to work. We need a bit of map time. So where is the legendary Third Age map? Here it is. Studio mode. And let me see, chat. Duneland. Well, it's here. So in the First Age, switch to the First Age map. Duneland is here, but they settled. Yeah, somewhere here in this area. Here are the Blue Mountains, and in the First Age, here in the Blue Mountains, there is a wasteland called Beleriand. This is where, for example, also Gondolin once was. And this was sunk into the ocean, and here then later is Lindon and Mithelond and so on. You notice the similarities of the map. That was the Second Age map. And yeah, much later when the Numenorians from this island here, far into the west, entered Middle Earth again, Eriador and so on. The Dune landings, the old Dune landings originally lived here. They met them, and because they spoke a different language than them, they did not, and even like, they did not recognize them as their own kin. Because this group of the Edain spoke indeed a language very different from the other two houses of the Edain, like the houses of Beor and so on, and the house of Marach were very similar. Of the house of Marach, later the people here in the north, here's Rohan by the way, people in the north, Framsburg, the Eotheot as they were called, the language was very similar in many ways to that of the Numenorians. And so the Numenorians knew, okay, we must be related to these as our languages can't be that similar. So they knew the Norsemen are also of the Edain. They did not come to the same conclusions with the other people, but that was due to the detail the Numenorians didn't know. To be fair, coming into a land that is not yours and just pushing people out because they speak another language is in of itself not a nice move. Like, they could have just treated them friendly even if they spoke a different language. But Numenorians do Numenorian things and push out people who they think, well, those guys we don't like. And then the Dune landings had to leave this area here and settled here in Duneland. Were pushed further into the east as a result, they don't like the Númenóreans and they don't like the Gondorians. And yeah, due to... There was not much conflict before between Rohan and Dunland, but due to the, let's say, not so diplomatic efforts of Helm Hammerhand, as he was then later called, Helm Hammerhand, the Dunlandings were also not huge fans of Rohan anymore, especially to this whole long winter and killing Freka, and then the war was... Then the wolf started the war and so on. So there were reasons for this. It was not very smartly dealt. I mean, in a very diplomatic way, Helm could have just said, no, Wolf can't marry my daughter. You know, there was no reason for him to kill Freka. And what do you mean, too nice? You mean the map really exists and can't? The map itself, so Tolkien had made a map for Middle-earth with the publication of Lord of the Rings in the 50s. So there's a official map of at least these parts of Middle-earth, and this map here, of course, is inspired by that. When it comes to real-world references, in a way, you could argue Tolkien took big inspiration from Europe in some ways, because Middle-earth, or let's say Arda, the world, the world of Tolkien, is a mythological, very old version of our Earth, and later becomes our Earth. There was the idea of a character called Eol, I think. No, not Eol. What's his name? Elfwine is his name, though, in Old English. Ereol is his name in Quenya. And he was, I think, a king of the Anglo-Saxons, and he found the way over to the west continent, Amand, the straight road, and met the elves, and the elves told him the story. He brought the stories back to our world, and Tolkien translated it into modern English. That's kind of the thing. And there might be, like, yeah, that's basically what it is, like. Don't worry, too nice, just wondered what if the map references real world things. So Tolkien definitely took some real world inspirations, but his intentions were very mythological driven, less historical driven. But yeah, like I said, you can definitely compare this. There are some comparisons you could do with Europe and so on. But yeah, when the Dunlandings were driven back, they were not big fans, and they had all the reasons to not like, because why would they like the Númenóreans? They were not well treated by them. And why would they like the people of Rohan? It seems like also the people of Rohan treated them not well. So in a way, they were not fans of those, and then Saruman later pushed them into the war and to help him and to take Rohan. It was nice land for the Dunlandings, potentially an improvement. So they were potentially relatively easy to convince here for Saruman. I think Silmarillion is a way harder filming than Lord of the Rings, because it's not as coherent. It's not a Korean story, Lord of the Rings story, definitely. They would have need to add so many elements and turns and twists and conflicts and dialogue and characters and so on. It becomes difficult. And one problem with the Silmarillion is also there are already a ton of characters, and they potentially would need to add even more for some stories that were not in the book, and as a result, things might become messy, problematic. Potentially have to do some changes to make it work on film. It's always like that. So we had even a bit of map time here at the end. And yeah, also after this time, there's also an interesting detail. The burg, the Helm's Deep here, it has its name Helm's Deep due to this, because Helm taking refuge there, and the Hornburg because him calling the horn was, I think, afterwards called Hornburg because of that. Before that, they called it the Southburg, Thusburg, or it was the Hornburg is originally a fortress of Gondor as well. Like we read that Isengard is also considered still territory of Gondor. Rohan in the Second Age was also considered. Let me just find the landmass here. Kalinardon, as it's called here. There was a territory of Gondor once in the Second Age and early Third Age. Actually, due to a big parts of the Third Age, so into the late Third Age, and then 500 years or something before the end. Rohan is a relatively young country, due to Eorl helping the Gondorians in war when they were pressured. They the Gondorians gifted the land to the people called Eortheod, and they became the Eorlingas. Eorl, named after the first king of Rohan. Eortheod means horse people translated, I think. Where was Chris when the Westfold fell? That's a good question. Horse TPH game Westfold fell. Yeah. I see the problem. But yeah, it's complicated in this regard. Map time. So yeah, that's my opinion, pretty cool. And yeah, that's basically the story here. So yeah, also because it was Gondorian territory, they had like this fortress here. And yeah, it was called Thusburg. Thus means south, in German Süden. And yeah, the Thusburg was, I guess, its mentioned older name, or at least the name often mentioned. The Gondorians had a Sindarin name for it, which was Aglarond. And Aglarond is also, if I remember correctly, the Brilliance, Glory, Rond Vault. It is the name for the glittering caves, actually. So yeah. We, the Dead Critic, we just did watch that movie. And while I would say, yeah, it's just an okayish film, it's, in my opinion, pretty watchable. I've seen worse stuff, to be honest. But yeah, we already completed the watch party, so we're currently not actively watching the film anymore. But yeah, we just did. And it was okay. You can watch it. It has its problems. Don't like the change of the ending. There's some pacing problems in the second half for sure. But overall, pretty. It's decent. It's nothing special, but also nothing completely terrible. I've seen more expensive films than this that were far worse. Like, I don't know, Star Wars Episode 9 or something like that, or I mean, also like the sequel trilogy of Star Wars is, in my opinion, the prime example of bad movie writing. Holy moly, was this terrible? Was it a terrible trilogy? And they cost potentially, I don't know how many times as much than this film. I would watch this film 3 times in a row before I watch any of those ever again. Actually, that's a good question. How expensive was the Star Wars sequel trilogy? Yeah, the question was also, I think, was already answered in the German Twitch chat. What is the film called in German? Der Herr der Ringe, die Schlacht der Rohirrim. It's called in German. Instead of the War of the Rohirrim, because usually, so it's called, in German, it's called the Battle of the Rohirrim instead of the War of the Rohirrim, whatever. I guess because there's only one battle in it, so Germans are a bit pedantic, I don't know. Well, actually, multiple battles, so that, I guess, counts as a war already? I don't know. I'll have to sometimes check if the chat is still going. But it seems everything is working. We're checking something, some message, whatever. Okay, chat. Other questions or anything in chat left? Anything we need to mention? You need the first season's Galadriel part. It was definitely not that great. I tried to Hornberg one time, broke my teeth. Oh, sorry, just hit my microphone. So, Helm's Deep. Dunharrow is not on the map because it's always a bit difficult to spot. But if here's Edoras, it's kind of behind that. It's relatively close to Edoras. It's here somewhere in the mountains. No, there's some vale here, maybe in this side or this side. I'm not sure if you have to go all the way around. Hard to tell, but yeah, somewhere here's Dunharrow, in case people wonder, where's that actually? Hornburger, yeah, that's a joke there, I guess. Tried to Hornburger one time, broke my teeth, something like that. So chat, I don't know. I hope, like I said, I just can hope that you enjoyed the watch party. Had a decent time here with us. Is it possible that I've closed my thing here? Strange. Very strange. I enjoyed it because you need a hammer to eat a Hornburg. Maybe make a joke with ham there. I'm not sure. Thanks for doing this. A lot of fun. Yeah, great. Happy that you people enjoyed the watch party here. Yeah, I definitely like my sound effects. Yeah, I have on the German stream. I have tons of them. But some of them aren't German. Some Lord of the Rings ones as well. A few in English, like not that many. But for example, we also have the classic one.
It would be wise, my friend.
Speaking of Saruman. And when I'm talking about the old times,
I was there.
Chat.
I was there 3,000 years ago.
Stuff like that. Not all of them are in English though, but some. I still preferred Old Shatterhand over Helm Hammerhand. Hammerhand versus Edward Scissorhands. I think I know who would win. Who will win? Definitely not Nailhead. So chat, I think I will end the stream because yeah, since the excitement in chat is I think, how to call it, limited. East Emmett and West, maybe. It's often like you have this local rivalry. So I could imagine something like this exists in Tolkien's world as well. But in times of war and where things are not going well, especially at this time in particular, people get along better, I think, because they should focus on other stuff instead of killing each other or poking fun of each other or whatever. But yeah, I'm quite shy, I have to admit, chat, so I think we'll call it a day pretty soon. If there are no further ideas, questions, suggestions. So, yeah, at the end of the day, It's pretty decent film, and it was a good time watching it. We can maybe do this in the future again. Not sure what's coming up next, because like I said, I was sick quite some time. Like catching a flu always takes a week or two to get to back. In my case, over 2 weeks. So to get back YouTube video wise, next video would be games related again. I have some ideas for games related videos as well. We might do a Q&A stream later this month again, I would suggest. So we can discuss some lore again. You know, my voice is fit enough again to, I guess, get through a long talking session, but not today. It's all about maybe doing it tomorrow, but I don't know. Currently, like, I'm so tired right now, I can't even imagine that that might be possible. But tomorrow, things, of course, when you're rested, look different. But yeah, maybe next week, maybe Thursday or something. What is Thursday for a date? Thursday would be the 22nd. Well, it might work or something. Maybe next weekend or so. I try to stream a bit more often. I still need, I think, to find, like, I really enjoy streaming stuff. And I really enjoy having live streams, I think. Like a one-man band. Kind of. Yo, Schnake, I wish you also good night. Sleep well. Thank you for joining for a moment. Have a good one. So I thought about having a dedicated streaming day, an English streaming day for the games channel, maybe also for this channel in the week or so. I'm not sure. I will feel better and see you next holiday season for the watch parties again. Yeah, there will be, of course, over the year, lore discussion streams. Okay, maybe, I'm not sure how to pull this off. Channel views are still not great, to be honest. As a result, I'm a bit clueless what to do, you know. The new channel, I guess I continue uploading stuff there over time. I think about also, because some people might use Spotify, and you can upload videos on Spotify, like as a video podcast or something. I think that has some potential. I want to experiment with that this year a little bit. So just old stuff. 25 years to prepare for the 50th anniversary. Yeah. But yeah, I feel much better. Can do longer streams again. And like I said, I already streamed quite a few hours today. So yeah, on the German side of things, finding the balance is something I still have to work on a little bit, so to keep my English community not out of the loop so much. We still have Indiana Jones to complete, I think. It was a game also streamed on the English channel at times, and I really enjoy the game, but often it's kind of difficult to say, well, today we do an English stream. So maybe having really one dedicated day in the week where we do English content is maybe not bad, to be honest. I have to think this through and decide for a day or something like that, so we can have maybe a weekly stream. And it would be pretty nice. The problem is always when I'm working on videos or so, I often need the time, and I hate, or like when I can be very flexible and when I work on a video and when not. And if you have this, okay, I have now to stream for a couple of hours, you kind of have to schedule around stuff. But yeah, we will I will hopefully, I say this for years now, and it's really difficult to find this out. No, well, longer here. I didn't know. Did you watch this film in parallel, Schnarke? The Twitch chat. Just wondering. But nice that you were then there for a longer time. Even better. Good old War of the Rohirrim. Yeah, and then and there was also the question earlier, when will be Hunt for Gollum film? That one will be December 2027, so it's off quite a bit. Maybe we get a new season, Rings of Power, this year. That might be possible. I just hope it's a decent. I don't expect much anymore of this show, but I mean, it got a bit better, but then also stuff in there. You would think it's so easy to make like a good show out of the source material, but sometimes, I don't know, people don't like that. Making a good show. I don't know why. I guess it's difficult. The potential has been there. I know some people also enjoy the show, and like I said, I like when people, it's great to hear that you enjoy the stuff. But yeah, from this, the fandom is a bit divided upon this, let's put it that way. And I feel like most people say, well, it's had some good moments, some bad moments, and at the end it lands in the middle. It's kind of okayish to, And some people hate it with a passion. I know that as well. Difficult. The particular source material is quite tough to adapt. Still, they could at least be internally consistent. Yeah, it's definitely difficult. I mean, there's so little outline in the second age. They have so much space in it, and they somehow manage to still change some points fundamentally. That's not great. And when they also then, I don't know, focus on the wrong things and add things just to have the Lord of the Rings moment or whatever in it, yeah, the story suffers quite a bit from under this. Like, they have a source material, but sometimes I feel like they don't have a strong story to tell. They don't have a good concept, and they're not focused enough on these stories they want to tell and try too many things at once. That simply doesn't work. Shortly after the first season, I watched YouTube laying down how you would structure 5 seasons. Was it Tolkien Untangled Tomatoes? I think. Shoutouts. I think he made a long video about how he would structure that. Yeah, that's like, visually, I also think it's definitely impressive at times. I mean, there are also some criticism towards the costumes here and there, but overall, I think there are definitely good costumes in the show for sure. And yeah, the acting, also pretty happy with that. The only problem is definitely the writing, the overall structure, idea, and the plot. That's like really like a car crash. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So chat, I think because we are still talking about other stuff, I just hope that the next film that I assume will be the Peter Jackson, produced by Peter Jackson film and directed by Andy Serkis, if I remember correctly, The Hunt for Gollum. That will be an interesting experience, I think. And I hope it's good. The potential is there for it to be good. I know that the story might not sound too appealing, but there are a lot of dots you could connect, some places you could show you have not seen before. So, I don't know. What does Gandalf want to meet? Marty, also welcome. What does Gandalf want to meet with Hera for? And where? I have no idea. I would love to tell you what the idea behind this is. Unfortunately, I can't. I have no idea what the intention there was of the writers. Just to drop some names here and there. We definitely know that Saruman definitely tried to be friend with Rohan. Gandalf was at this time, I don't know what Gandalf did in this time, to be honest. I should watch my Who's Elrond video that covers this time as well in quite some detail. Yeah, this time Gandalf comes to the aid of the Shire folk due to the long winter. And then 100 years later, he enters Dol Guldur again. What he does in the meantime, to tell, Thror is slain in Moria, so we have this whole Smaug attacks Erebor happens. Interestingly, 12 years later, Smaug attacks Erebor, just to give you some time table context. Or 11 years later. So I guess Gandalf is kind of busy with the events in the Shire first, and then later he's busy maybe with the dwarves and who have to flee from Erebor and seek refuge and so on. So maybe he's looking into this direction there as well. So he's kind of occupied. Christmas ended on Tuesday. Oh yeah, that is actually. Oh yeah, that's a good point. I think let me just read your comment. I think it was stated in the story Gandalf heard about orcs looking for rings near Helm's Deep, and he wants to know more. yeah. Because Gandalf enters. It's a bit unrealistic in this regard. But Gandalf enters Dol Guldur again and discovers that its master is indeed Sauron. This happens almost 100 years later. So Gandalf's search for understanding that Sauron is actually back and potentially looking for rings is something that happens much later in the timeline. So it would be strange that Gandalf thinks that has rings too much on his mind yet, I think. I wonder if we will get Gollum being dropped off in Mirkwood and escaping. Yeah, I would assume that could be part of that story, but who knows? I'm really curious how they will structure it, because that's also a difficult to structure film, in my opinion. You have to wonder how many random rings the orcs stole and brought to Saruman during these times, and what his reaction was. At this time, Saruman had no rings yet, but maybe you refer to later times. But at this time, Saruman was still faithful, not looking for rings, I would assume. So Gandalf went to Dol Guldur in the year 2063. Gandalf goes to Dol Guldur, but Sauron retreats and hides in the east. Watchful peace begins and asks to remain quiet in Minas Morgul. So there he's not discovered. 400 years later, the Watchful Peace and Sauron returns with increased strength to Dol Guldur. 2463, White Council is formed. About this time, Dearhol and the Stur finds the One Ring and is murdered by Smearhol. Here, master, you wanted 1 ring, but I brought you 10. I have to wonder how many random rings the orcs brought to Sauron during these times and what his reaction was. For sure. It serves the purpose to connect this movie to the others. Yeah, definitely. It serves the purpose to connect this a little bit. From a pure lore standpoint, it makes not that much sense, but well, it's a nice tie-in. So chat, is there anything left to say? You must remember, book lore means nothing to most viewers. That's I'm potentially to most viewers. Yes, you might be right there. I guess the book, the film fans outnumber the book fans for sure, but I would not underestimate how many people read The Lord of the Rings and definitely also enjoy the book, so it's definitely also a huge book franchise for sure. Or a huge, well-known book, let's put it that way. Franchise sounds a bit too modern for what it is at the end of the day. What's your favorite Tolkien book? I haven't read all his works. Yeah, I don't have not all read all his books. Looking for my next read, mostly just Silmarillion, Lotte, Hobbit for me. Farmer, Thousand Random Stories. I guess The Lord of the Rings is pretty good. Silmarillion is pretty good. Hobbit for sure as well, but I think I prefer Lord of the Rings by quite a bit. Silmarillion also, but for example, beyond those, I really like Unfinished Tales. I think that's a very interesting book when you like Lord of the Rings. I really like reading Unfinished Tales. Unfinished Tales seems like a good choice. Yeah, for sure. Like, I don't know what it is about Unfinished Tales that I like so much, but I think it adds so much to The Lord of the Rings. Of course, there's also the huge, complicated matter of Galadriel and the Second Age in it, and as most of what we know about her, you find there, and at this time. So in this regard, it's very interesting, at the same time confusing because of all the different versions, but there are also a lot of other stories in it that kind of expand upon what we already know, simply because it was at some point in its life. It was intended to be, let me finish my sentence. It was intended to be part of, for example, the appendices. So the information is kind of fresh. If fresh is the right word for it. The Fourth Gondolin is it's great in spite of it being a collection of different versions at various states. Yeah, for sure as well. Fourth Gondolin is also interesting. There's another good book anthology along the lines of Silmarillion and Unfinished Tales. Yeah, Children of Húrin is also great. Fourth Gondolin and so on. The Great Tales, I guess, would be the next one. Frohes Neues Jahr. Also. Let me just think what is else? Like, history of Middle Earth is always complicated, but I think a lot of interesting information you find in book 12, with the last one. That's, I think, an interesting read. Some of the other history of Middle Earth books are quite specific. I also kind of like the letters of Tolkien, which can be interesting to read. Maybe not all the letters are interesting, but a lot of them are. So the great tales include Children of Húrin and Fall of Gondolin, and also the story of Luthien, of Beren and Luthien. Exactly, other different texts. The problem is, all these stories exist in different versions, and some of them are more a representation of the versions, and some try to tell a story. Children of Húrin of Gondolin also shows a different version of it. But yeah, if you're interested in these different perspectives, how these stories evolved, of these three great tales that Tolkien wrote, I guess are the three biggest stories of the Silmarillion. You could argue maybe the Akalabes also is a great tale, but yeah, like the whole history of Middle-earth book series, including all the texts were published already in the history of Middle-earth books, but they have almost all the versions. There's also Nature of Middle-earth, which has some versions of it. Some stuff is published elsewhere. There's also the poem collection that came out, one of the last things that came out, with some new poems that were not published before. Also quite interesting. There we learn, for example, more about the great dragon, about the dragon Chazar, which was killed by a king of Rohan. So yeah, it is, as you can imagine, difficult. Editing will also be quite difficult for me now. Really trying to get something here to work in my editing program. Oh, that will be... Okay, if at least I got one of my editing screens, I could move them around. So yeah, I think I show you the credits, and then we call it a day. Signing off now, good night, and thanks for the stream. Yeah, also, when Chazar killed in the north, Framsburg, yeah, it was far in the north, exactly. Eotheod was before Rohan existed. That is correct. So yeah, shoutouts to all supporters. This is not fully updated. I tried to add all the people that needed to be on the list, I think. I hope you enjoyed this. Huge shout outs to all the supporters. Thank you for supporting me, some of them for so many years now. And yeah, I'm not sure what lore-wise, like I said, will be next here on this channel. It's a bit tough currently, struggling a bit with the decision making there. Where is the end screen again? There it is. So, huge shout outs. Thank you to the Patreons, to all the people on the memberships on YouTube and Twitch and whatnot. Donations, stuff like that. Or tips. Donations may be the wrong word, but you know what I mean. And yeah, like I said, there will be content. There will be some games videos, I think, next on the list. And some lore streams here and there. I announced them. I hope you also got notified today. And yeah, then we have to kind of still figure out what YouTube currently wants. Channel views are still not that great, unfortunately. So there's that. However, I wish you a fantastic New Year 2026. We're in quite far, but I think this is the first stream. Like I said, I would have streamed earlier, and this watch party, I planned to do it much earlier, at least last week or something. And it was just packed full. As a result, it was quite difficult to get. The time, and I was sick and so on. It was tough. So yeah, but content frequency should go back to normal. Lore video wise, I'm not sure what to do next now. Like I said, currently I have a huge project just completed with Who is Elrond. Question: where do we go from here? It's a bit difficult, but yeah. I wish you a fantastic rest of the day, or a good evening, or a good night, and sleep well. For some of the European viewers, it's already quite late. So thank you people for watching. Have a fantastic night or day, depending on your time zone, or good morning for the people in New Zealand and or Australia, or whatever. And I would say we see each other pretty soon. Lore stream or something. Have a good one. See you people next time. Goodbye.